started stream, but still setting up a little bit. So, give me a second. Phone turned on. All right. All right. So today I want to be able to pose her. So I need to get the hands and the rig finished. I'll need to get hair rigged. Then we'll see about maybe, if I have time, doing some kind of quick Valentine's outfit. I don't know what that will be yet. That's not correct. Oh, it's starting to pop. Okay. Disconnect. Yeah. Index. L. Zero one. Three. One. And pinky. Or little. Have to adjust some of this. Alright. So. I've found that has been an issue. Just don't know what leading is working. with linear. Ooh. And we need to get rid of that. That's not actually a joint. What I was thinking when I did it. Paint with this. There we go. Now I can see what's going on. There. Edit, select all. Everything named. Yeah, Look good. We still gotta get to the hair. We gotta actually get the hair done. Okay. Oh, there. Yeah. And then over. That's how I. Oh, those aren't. Huh. I spent a bunch of time weight painting there. How am I gonna weight paint there? Well, I gotta redo the whole arms anyways. Oops. So I'm going to just select here at the wrists. Mesh, separate, selection. All right. need to duplicate and subdivide. So these bones are no longer deaf. They will be call him MCH. Or rename it if I have to. Forearm, twist, L.001. Copy. Paste. Paste, but replace the L with an R. Copy. Alright, now just to make sure. Good. The wrist is attached. The hand is attached to the MCH. Now I need to attach this to the arm. Offset. And sorry, got it. Test. Alright, good. This no longer has deform abilities. And we are going to parent this on backwards. Now everything. So clearly I did something wrong here. We're going to do that again. Automatic weights. Now we'll try. Alright, that's a bit of an issue. I think that's just an adjustment of the hand bone. I better have. Okay, auto normalizes. All right. Now that seems to be working better. Actually, now I could get in between the fingers and paint, probably. Need to pull the knuckle back. The armature's on, why don't I see? Ugh. need to reattach the arms. Currently, they're not attached. John. Got 14 of them. There are 16 vertices. Okay, so something didn't snap together. Not leaving anything behind. So I guess it's all there. Now the same thing here. Mesh. By distance. I got 16. Looking for something to break. Oh, looks like it's all working. Guess either it lied to me or I misread it. So how does the weight work? Oh, they look fine. Probably broke them off at a good point. That's not what I want. We are getting there. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I need to do with the eyes still. So I can either start working on the hair, finishing it up, or I could finish up the scars that she's missing. She's got a lot of them. Actually, I don't know anything about scars on her legs. I might need to go find more references, see if there are any that show her legs without clothing on them. Actually, oops. We can have her in a pose. Work on things. I'm gonna deal with all the scars, since we're pretty close to getting the skin done anyways. Save. Start with the head. Need to make the tips of the horns brown. Scars. New layer here. One do we pick? I go with the darker one. Texture paint. Turn off the references real quick. Or at least we'll turn off the that one. Alright, now we're going to use the gradient. It's just fill gradients. Right. This doesn't seem right. It's close enough. I'll go with it. I probably set it to multiply too. Probably darker. Good afternoon. How are you today? Good to hear. Textures, masks, head. It's for me. How to make that decision? I'm not like one of the most popular modelers out there yet. I'm getting more and more work as time goes on. Usually for like a VR chat or VTuber model, I usually start the price at around like, I don't know, 1400. And, you know, based on complexity, it'll go up from there. Probably the average final price is probably about $2,000 per model. I know there are like the more well-known modelers. They charge maybe 2 up to 3 times that. If there are people that charge for more. Oh, well, if you make it from scratch, then yeah. I mean, consider how many hours you put into it and then how much you ask for. Because I make this from a cube. Like, I start from your standard cube, end up with this. And this isn't even done yet. Yeah. Because it takes me... I don't have an exact amount of hours because every model is a little different. Yeah, no, it shouldn't ever finish one that quickly. Why is that going on? It takes me, like, if I'm doing a full body from scratch with one outfit that's not crazy complex and one hair, 3, 4, 5 weeks, somewhere in there. That's assuming I'm doing no other models, which I've usually got more than one commission going at a time. Just so I can swap between them and have a break. Come back to one I worked on with fresh eyes. So I usually ask for probably at least 2 months to get a model done. And just in case you're wondering, this is not a commission. This is just something I decided to start doing. For me, yes, but I have a different living situation than most people, at least in the US. So I can get away with it with how much work I get. Because, I mean, so say I could do a model in, say, a month on average, and I'm asking, and I'm getting probably about $2,000 for one. It's not exactly great wages. But I can definitely make that work. And, I mean, anyone who's just starting out in a job field, you're gonna be at the bottom of the rung anyways. And when it comes to people wanting models for VTubing or whatever, oh, I'm gonna have ads starting soon. You kind of, it's a lot of money to ask of someone, and when you're new and they don't have a lot of, you know, they don't know your work quality yet, then it's kind of hard to ask a lot. You kind of got to get them to come to you, unfortunately. So you got to basically make models, show them off on Twitch, or not Twitch, but Twitter, Blue Sky if you want to go there, wherever you can, really. Like, again, this model here is not a commission. This is just, I like this VTuber's design, and I needed something to do for streams, because I try and stream a couple, 2-3 times a week. And this streaming is one of the, oh, I got ads playing, supposedly. So, but yeah, I just make the models, post them. And the good thing about doing VTubers is, like, they repost fan art, and that's technically what this is. So you get to leverage their entire fan base a lot of the times by doing fan models of VTubers. So that's the quickest way I could figure to start out. And that actually works with more than just 3D models, with 2D art as well. Because, like, you can do fan art of anime characters, but no one's going to repost your stuff. Well, there's the ads. I was wondering when those would happen. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I know the ads are on. Twitch ads are really weird. How and when they play for everyone. It seems it's always a little different. scars. That's what I was doing. Alright. Sure, the ads are over now. But yeah, from what I hear with the 3D modeling, if you're trying to, like, if you want to make models to sell that aren't, like, particularly commissions, well, how to put this? From what I understand, for businesses and games, what they need the most of are prop modelers, and then environment modelers, and then 3D character modelers. Because, I mean, everyone likes 3D characters, so they've got an overabundance of those. And then they have fewer environment modelers and even fewer prop modelers. So if you were looking to maybe get, like, a contract working for, like, a game company, then you might want to consider focusing on props and environments. But me, I started, like, the reason I started doing character models was I was watching a bunch of people doing VR chat, like, they were doing actual, like, role plays that were very similar to, like, D&D, where they had DMs or GMs, whichever one you want to use, whichever term. They're running around doing roles for people based on what actions they want to do. And then in the beginning, like before the episode starts, and at the end of it, they always chat amongst themselves before they actually go do their thing. And they were always complaining about not having enough modelers for characters and stuff. And then I saw the VTubers and how they, like, half of them want to use 3D, but it's hard. It was hard for them to get character modelers because most character modelers who are serious about it end up getting jobs at places, so there aren't a lot of freelance ones. Which is why I started. Like, the first real model I did was of Tricky, which is the leftmost one there, girl with the pink hair. It wasn't particularly that version of her, but I just started making a fan model of her just for practice. But when she found out, like, when I started posting things on Twitter, she actually asked to purchase it. And that first one was not even nearly as good as that one. But, I mean, that let me know that I was, at least at that point, good enough to do commission work. And then I just kept making models of other characters. So, like, here we got Tricky, Cinder, Buff Pup, Project Melody, and then the last one on the right's kind of an altered version of Midna from Twilight Princess. Without her, the mask that she usually wears on her head. And I've got a bunch of others, too. Like, I've done Onigiri, I've done Shylily, I've got Melody's summer outfit. I do models for Melody now. And tonight she's going to be showing off her latest 3D model. I think that's going to be on one of the spicier websites tonight, though. I've done a few others. Who else did I do? I did kind of a birthday one for Uzu. Not a lot of people know her. I did one of Amidal. Oh, I did Silvervale. I think there's still one or two I'm just forgetting. I did. If you know Tricky, you might know she has kind of an alternate character, Spider Girl. I've done her because I thought how much Tricky gave me for that first model was too much, so I gave her a second one, basically, for alternate character. I have to go look through my files. Avatars. I've done like 3 models of Cinder Action. I've done the one you see there, the one with Tricky. That's her kind of Demon Queen outfit. I've done her winter one where it's ice, and then I've done her her succubus one. I don't think it was for anything. I think it was just one she had. Or Mitsu made it, and then she turned it into a VTuber model. Because it was just like live 2D wallpaper. Or like a game sprite. Oh, Juniper. I did Juniper Actius. No, it's just one version. And Silver, Cinder, Tricky. Oh, and Vienna. I did Vienna recently. And Uni before she graduated. I've done quite a few big ones. Hold on, I'm doing something on screen. I'm not too sure because like my average viewer count for the streams here, like I'm at 10 right now apparently. Usually it bounces between 10 and 20 right now for me. The only real way that would grow is maybe like I've had Tricky raid me a couple times when I was streaming at night, and that's pretty much how I got to affiliate pretty much immediately. Because she drops a couple thousand viewers on a person. The best way to get found by people who might want you is probably Twitter. Especially if you make models, like just showpiece models like this one, non-commissioned stuff, of a VTuber who likes to repost art. Because if you make something like of this quality, they like to show it off because they like the quality of it. And when they've got a following of, say, 200,000 versus your couple hundred, you get to leverage their whole viewership to view everything that you make. So it's like you don't have to build up a big social media following when you do Twitter posts of their characters. You just use their hashtag and they're bound to see it within a week or so. Yeah, thanks. Scars. Oops. Save that. When you're like, I can't say like how to grow very much for being a streamer because obviously I haven't grown that far. And I've been streaming for at least a year and a half. Mostly I just stream so that either if I have a client, they could see the progress in real time. If I have one that I could stream anyways. They could see the progress in real time, and they could ask for changes that I could do on the fly. When I started, I had a few friends who wanted to potentially get into modeling, and I could show them how I do everything by streaming. And I don't have the nervousness that a lot of people do about streaming. So to me, it's just when I start modeling, I just hit the go live button. Which, you know, if I was trying to be a big streamer, I'd be doing a little bit more than that. I would want to be let's see, what are the things I would be doing? I'd definitely be posting every time I go live on like Twitter and stuff, which I don't do because otherwise it would just fill up my Twitter, so I don't make enough other posts. I do hear that shorts on YouTube are how a lot of streamers, VTubers specifically, get found these days. But, you know, since I'm modeling, I don't really feel like I make good short content. Because it's not like I'm being super humorous or I'm playing a lot of games where something crazy happens. Art streamers are typically pretty mellow and don't have a lot of that content for reposting. Which probably means I should do more games, I should do more React content maybe, if growing as a streamer was a major goal anyways. Which could be for some people, but a lot of people who are trying to be big streamers are also like they've been doing it for some of them for years and just haven't grown as much as they would like. So it's like one of those things like YouTube. You could try really hard for a long time and not get anywhere. Yeah. So for making money on 3D modeling, I'm sure you've probably looked into it, but the various ways that I know about and have considered over time, you can make asset models on, like, you could sell them on ArtStation, you can sell them on, oh, I suddenly forget all those other sites that do 3D modeling. CG Trader, Sketchfab, Printables, Thingiverse, places like that. And it also kind of depends on what kind of models you're gonna make. Like, are you making game asset models? Are you making realistic renders of like people or things? Or are you doing like stylized World of Warcraft kind of stuff? I mean, people buy from them, but there's so much content on those sites that it's kind of oversaturated unless you're doing something that is more unique. And I couldn't tell you what to do. You'd have to do your research on that. So like, I would imagine on those sites maybe there would be less stylized stuff, because historically most 3D modeling people have been trying to go more and more realistic in the way things look. Like the intent for 3D modeling in the beginning was to basically try and simulate the real world with 3D models. It wasn't so much for stylized stuff like anime style like this. Blender and all the other 3D programs weren't designed to do 2D looking characters. And that's only been like a recent thing in like the past 4 or 5 years or so that people have been trying to push it that way. So there's less content like that out there. But places you would go to find a lot of that content would be places like Booth and Gumroad. Booth is very much anime. Gumroad is more anime and kind of a mixture between anime and realistic. And a lot of people do like they do VR chat and kind of like base VTuber models there, like adjustable ones. So it really depends on what you want to do. Like, I've known people who make a VR chat model. They'll spend 3 months just making an absolutely perfect model that has like 3 sets of clothes, three hairstyles, and various features specifically for VR chat, and then having the effects set up nice in Unity, and they'll put it up for sale for like $40. And they'll make a whole year plus worth of revenue off that one model that they spent 3 months making. But those are people who know well how to make the model, how to set it up, how to do all the Unity stuff, which is a lot of the term. What term am I looking for? Shaders. Knowing how to set up shaders in Unity, how to do like transforms and dissolve animations. You usually have to know at least a little bit of programming. Or someone who does, that can make a thing for you when you need it. So, and that's something I've thought about doing too, but you gotta have a pretty good design for doing like mass-produced models like that. Yes. There's add-ons which I have, like Face It right here. You don't see a whole lot of it right now because I haven't set it up. But Face It will do a lot of like the iPhone expression setup. For VR chat, it's a different set of expressions. There's a plugin called Cats. It doesn't work with a lot of the newest versions of Blender. At least it doesn't work well. It errors and stuff a lot, but it can get you like a baseline for the facial expressions. I think you have to feed it like the mouth expression for ah, ooh, and ch, those sounds, and it can generate roughly the rest of the expression. Oh, okay, that's why that's like that. It can generate the rest of the expressions for you, but you probably still need to go in and tweak it. This is, I think the character's name is, oh shit, Akumi? This is Yoklesh's, or Yochi's, VTuber character. I mean, is she streaming still? She was streaming just a little bit ago. And she still is, yes. Here's a link to her Twitch, which she is currently streaming right now. If you're willing to go over to Twitch. Yeah, I just decided to make her character in 3D. I don't think I've seen anyone else do it, so. Oh, that's not supposed to be mirrored. I'll fix it. But yeah, that's making mass-produced models is kind of what I call it. Is something you can try to do if you're gonna go for like well, you could go for VTubers, I guess, with the mass-produced models, but they're mostly like VR chat people. Another option for mass-produced stuff, and has been around for a long time, is Second Life. Probably everyone's heard of that, but it's got a little bit of a stigma to it. VR chat is kind of gaining that same stigma, but doesn't have it nearly as bad as Second Life. So I assume you're using Blender. Most people start off with Blender being free and whatnot. It depends on if you want free or paid for, and what specifically you are trying to do, because tutorials for making animation models is different from game models, is different from, well, game models and VR and VTubing are pretty much the same model. But animations will have different rigs. 3D prints will be in the millions of polygons, whereas animations might be in the up to 500,000 and down to like 100,000. And game models, depending on style, will be anywhere between like 50,000 and 250,000. Yeah, no problem. I mean, there are other programs that you end up using. A lot of people for texturing, like right now I'm texturing in Blender. Blender can do pretty much everything. It's just not the best at anything. So, you know, the jack of all trades, master of none. No. Ads are starting soon. So, like, if you wanted to do really good texturing and don't mind not drawing straight on the model, Photoshop, Clip Studio, Krita, you would use that for textures. Substance Painter is the industry standard for texturing on 3D models. You could paint directly on it there, but there's some features about it that are annoying to me specifically, and so I just do it here because I could do good enough, because I'm not doing like realistic, I'm doing stylized stuff, so I don't have to be real world complex in the details, which is more like what Substance Painter is for. You will, depending on, again, what you're doing, if you're making game models, you'll need to know some either Unity or Unreal. And if you're doing just animation, you could do it all in Blender, but there are also animation programs that you could put things into, like ads should be starting any minute. I feel like the ads ran like 10 minutes ago. What is Steam's program? I can't remember the program. Steam has a animation program. It was used for Half-Life. It was used for Source Filmmaker. That's what it was. But there's also other animation programs as well. So if you know specifically what kind of modeling you want to do, then I could guide you a bit more. Okay, it says ads are playing now. Yeah, Source Filmmaker. In a way, yes. Like, it might be, it might actually be more beneficial to do that, instead of what I'm doing here, where I'm just painting on texture. Yeah. Okay, I see the ads playing. No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's if you've got a just so everyone who's listening knows, I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick all at the same time. So if I'm talking to someone and you don't see them talking, it's because you're watching on the wrong site then. And I can only display the Twitch chat on the stream itself due to Twitch's TOS. Which is kind of dumb, but whatever. But yeah, I could just make mesh to replace this scar. The problem is you'd have to be really close to it to do it. And there's going to be a texture here anyways, so I'm doing it through texture. But yeah, Argos, if you have an example of what kind of models you want to make, I could point you towards things. especially if you're doing if the primary bulk of your work is going to be in Blender. Like, do you want to make avatars for VTubers or for VR chat? Which they're pretty close to the same thing. They're game models. I could point you to people who've got tutorials for those kinds of things. 3D prints are a little different in that you don't have to, they're more sculpting than modeling. Oh yeah, then there's ZBrush if you're doing strictly sculpting stuff. And then it also kind of depends. Do you want to pay for some pretty high-end tutorials, or do you want to just do the free ones that you could find on YouTube and a few other places? Kind of gotta make that decision too. I mean, if there's anything you want to see that you missed, there should be... Twitch should be keeping VODs. And if they're not for some reason, since I stream to YouTube, there should be VODs over there as well, in the live tab. Alright, are there gonna be any... Why are all the stars on this one horn? Why not the other? What'd she do to this one horn? Yeah. I mean, you could start with a few different methods. You could do traditional modeling from the beginning if that's what you're used to. Or you could do the shapes like what I did. And then re-topologize. Depends on what you're most comfortable with. That's the one. Oh, correct. Yeah. So, like this model here. What am I at? Poly count. The whole model, I'm currently at 150,000 polygons. So, each square here is 2 polygons because one square makes 2 triangles. And so, at 153,000, that's kind of already getting kind of high for a game asset. Especially if you're having a lot of characters. Though you, in games, a lot of times, your main character will have the and the secondary characters will have really high asset or high poly counts, just because, you know, you want them to look really good. But there are things like this hair can definitely be toned down to see wireframe. Some of this hair doesn't need as much as it has in it. I think this could get turned down a lot to probably there. And I could do that with a bunch of these. I just want to make sure the tips don't lose too much detail, otherwise you start seeing the straight lines of it all. But there's things I could do. Oh, I also have on the body this subdivision. If I turn that off, yeah, it drops significantly down to 82,000, which is more reasonable for most games. So this could be a game model or VTuber model, especially for VTuber models, since a lot of the time, at least when they're not running a big complex game, they are typically, it's the only thing they're running that's of 3D. So you could get away with a fairly high poly count. But you do have to, or at least you want to try and optimize it, especially if they're going to play games that are 3D, like, because shooters, like shooter games, you want high FPS, and if their character model is too high poly count, it's going to drag down the game unless they're dual boxing their stream, which most don't have two computers to do that with. So you do want to try and be efficient. For VR, again, you want to be efficient there, especially since in VR chat specifically, a lot of people are not efficient with their models, because a lot of people will go to Gumroad or Booth. They'll buy a character model, then they'll go see a hair that they prefer. They'll buy that and they'll just slap it onto the model. Then they'll see a necklace that's got like 100,000 polys, and it's just the necklace. And it looks really great, so they're not thinking, they just slap that on there, and they end up having a model at the end of the day that's got 600,000-700,000 polygons, and they're uploading it into VR chat, and then everyone else is doing the same thing. And it just kind of overloads everyone's computers, because most people don't get to run the 5090s and the 4090s and models that have, or video cards that have huge amounts of RAM, which is what's needed when you do too much. Or they slap on 4K textures as well, which makes it even worse. I could also, with this model, if I wanted to, it's annoying to do, at least to me. Once I have this done, and whatever outfit I put on it, I don't know that I want to do her dress. Because if you take a look at this dress, you see all of this lace. Trying to do that in 3D, especially if you don't have the pattern of the lace, it's a really big pain in the ass. She's got it like on her legs, on the skirt, down the middle here. Ruffles aren't exactly fun to do either. Rose probably isn't too difficult, but I don't really want to do it either. I think I've done a flower before, and I probably spent like a half hour to an hour on it. And it was a simpler flower than that. But you can make the character, like I could take like any of these characters here and put them in the pose that they're in, and then go about the process of making them a 3D print model. It involves merging everything together, making sure anything that's single plane, like this clothing here, there's nothing to it. There's no mass like that to the model. So this wouldn't 3D print. I'd have to go in, add modifiers that solidify, that give it thickness. And then I'd have to merge that with the body and fix the fact that there's clipping here. I'd have to get rid of this chunk here and then hide the chunk of the body that's inside this. It's just a lot of cleanup to go and do and make sure that you've got nothing floating around on the inside. The problem with 3D print is you then do have to make sure that you get your model up to a high enough poly count that when it gets 3D printed, that they don't see all the faces. Because like right now, the shading is set to smooth. If you go back to flat, and I'm actually on a shader that shows it. Like if I 3D printed this model right now, you would see all of those lines because there isn't enough poly count to hide it. So like, this is the base model as is right now for a game, and you could tell it's very not smooth, but the shaders fake it and make it look smooth like that. But for 3D prints, you literally have to start multiplying the poly count again and again and again until it looks perfectly smooth. But when you get in close enough, you can still see the lines are there. It's just that they'd be so small physically that the 3D print wouldn't notice it. Ooh, this smoothing is not good. Yeah, what's up with that? That's a shader issue. I think that has to do with the new version of Blender. Alright, shade. Shade smooth. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. So it all depends on what you want to do. Why do I feel like... Oh, because I'm on this. Go to that, actually. Just dump. Yeah, right now I'm using a principled BSDF here, and then a custom shader I built. And then this is where all the texture files are all located in this. It's hard. It's hiding behind those models, so you're not really seeing my nodes. Principal BSDF, custom shader. Doesn't do a whole lot, though it can add shadow, increase rim light, AO, outline. Metallics, I think that's something's bugged with it right now. But, or I could just bypass it all. Alright, what was I doing? Scars. I gotta finish these. She's got... Okay, so there's just one on the head. You've got necks on the front, one on the arm. You can see two right there. I don't think I see anything there. One here, here, here. 1, 2, 3. She's got a lot of, oh yeah, down here. She's got a lot of scars. But yeah, for game models, you can fake a lot of shading. For 3D prints, you don't have to worry about texturing at all. You don't have to go into colors, you can just stay at this. Which will help with rendering as you're modeling. And you may never even go... You'll probably do everything in sculpting for the most part. Then if you want to do animation, there will be a lot more info that you will have to learn about the rig. For games, you don't have to really know much more than what you see here. As far as rig goes, hip, waist, chest bone, neck, head. You have to add a hair, but that's custom. Maybe ears, depending. Shoulder, arm, forearm, hand, and all the finger bones. Then thigh, calf, foot, and toes. For animation, you're gonna go in way more depth. Because they'll add more of these twist bones. There'll be IK rig, FK rig for if you're controlling from the hand or from the shoulder. Lots of different things. Hello. He spins. And then, of course, after you get the rig done, then there's the actual animation courses, which involves being more over here in this tab where you've got to deal with the animation process, which I don't have anything set up right now. So the basic animation process is something like select your bone, go to frame 1. For me, it's I for the hotkey. Location, rotation, scale. And then you go to whatever your next frame is. Rotate said bone. Press I again. Rotation, scale. Then I'm going to duplicate this bone, or dot, drag it over here. Now, I drag this along the timeline. See, the arm goes up and down. And if I hit spacebar, it goes to try and animate. Though, right now it's super slow. Probably because that's turned on. Even now, it's still... Actually, no. It's going at 26 FPS. Let me turn up the speed. Where? Right here. 24. We'll go jump to 60. So there's a basic animation. It's just one bone. Drag this up so you can see it. There's a dot here. And those turntables get in the way. You get a dot here, which is where it starts. This dot here is the arm in the down position. And then this is the start position again. So it's just moving back and forth between those dots. If I wanted to, I could select them, scale it down, and just duplicate. And that's the very bare bone basics of animation. And I don't actually know a whole lot more. You can go into the graph editor, which makes this super complex, where you can tweak how things move in here. You can see whenever it plays over the area I adjusted, it changes. And each one of these lines, the red, the blue, and the green, represents X, Y, and Z axis and rotation. I forget which one. Well, yeah, one of them's rotation. And so all that can start getting really complicated. So animation's a whole other beast on its own. And if you're just gonna make models for 3D print or for games, you don't have to worry about animation pretty much at all. If you're doing 3D print, you don't have to worry about textures at all, or shaders, or animation. If you're doing animation, you don't have to worry at all about what you need for Unity. You don't have to worry about having super high poly stuff. And so it's all kind of dependent on what exactly you're going to do. Right. Delete all keyframes, because I don't need an animation. Down there. He's back on. We can turn that off. Don't need it right now. Need to get back to texturing. Not selecting. Oh, I'm on post though. Do the horn. From game to animation? Let me think for a minute. Game rigs are simple. Like, they're like what you see on this model here. Let me open up another instance of Blender, and I will open my model of Project Melody's Cadet outfit, because it has a more like animation ready rig, but it's still like in its infancy as far as animation rigs go, because I was just learning how to do the rig on that model. Open, don't save. You can't see this one yet. I also have to make sure, you know, it's safe for stream, because Melody's models are usually not. This one. And then which one do I want to? Sort by date. Let me open this one and check it out. Oh, might be missing all my textures. Oh, it's missing like all of its clothing textures. What happened? Oh, I moved folders around. That's fine. Okay, good thing I checked. Alright, that's just a quick texture fix. Hold on. Oh, ads are playing anyway, it's good. There we go. Alright. She is again a Barbie doll. Let's see if I can get the texture back. Alright. I can switch. Blender 2. Oh, alright. Give me a minute to see if I can get these textures refound. Find missing files. Close. No? Oh, damn. What would be the best way of getting them? This is for clothing. God, there's a lot. Oh God, there's a lot. I didn't realize there were that many. Okay, I've learned my lesson since I made this model. Alright, so can't really do anything. Is that thing? Yes. I can't really do anything about the pink for now. Other than turn it off, but she's kind of a Barbie doll at the moment, so I'm not gonna stick on there too long. Twitch doesn't ban Barbie doll models as long as you're not focusing on things or having implied nudity. But I could show you the rig. Where is it? Where is it? Not give me the scene. Here it is. Right? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So you're not seeing all of the rig right now. I'm gonna go to grayscale just to get rid of it. Oh. Huh. What's up with this? So, we're not seeing all of the rig right now because I've got it in layers. If I turn on everything, it looks like this. Oops. So, in this, there are bones, side of bones, side of bones, side of bones. And this kind of setup is so that you could switch between IK, FK, and have other flexible segments that are supposed to be added later. I just hadn't gotten that far in the tutorial. And then there's controllers. Like on this particular bone, you've got these sliders down here, which turn on or off IK versus FK, or head following, which I actually can't remember how to activate that at the moment. This one right here is the main control for, I'm in edit. It's the main control for the body. Like, that's the one you grab when you want to move the hips. Right now, because all the bones are visible, it's really a lot. So, I turn everything off real quick. Def, target, frost, front. Okay, so I need torso, which is where the control bone is. I don't need the torso twist. Hands, you would want if you want to adjust fingers. And you can tell these aren't normal finger bones. But like if I move one, it'll bend the whole finger. So the big one bends it right at the knuckle. And then this little one just makes all the joints bend. And that's the, so what's going on here is in the hand. So those bones right there are the ones that are actually controlling the mesh. But these bones are told to move based upon how this bone moves. So you can see this bone pretty much copied the amount of angle this bone changed. And actually this one did the same thing. It copied the same amount, but because it's after this one, it bends another 90 basically. And then that one controls up there. So that's one of the more complex rigs. like this controls tilt, both forward and back. And this controls like hip thrust, basically. This does pivot. You use this bone here in inverse kinematics, IK, to grab and move the wrist around, have the arm bend at the elbow and shoulder. Then you could rotate it and it moves the hand. This bone back here is what the elbow is targeted at. So you move it and the elbow kind of follows where it's going. So you could put her hands in front of her. That. And then make her do the chicken dance. And then there's some specialty things in the feet, if I remember right. Oh, there's something there. Foot bar. So there's more bones in there, obviously. The deaf bones are the bones that actually control deformation. That's why they're deaf. But these colored ones are the actual controls. So this one will move the foot around. But this one, when you rotate it, you can see how it pivots on the toe, moves the ankle forward, which would be really good for, like, if we turn off the mirror. We have this one go back, move it forward. So you can see how with this setup and the way they work, you could easily make a nicer walking cycle without having to do any more than pivot one extra bone. And then, of course, where are they? They're like the elbows. There's bones like this for the knees as well. I just have to remember what layer they're in. Because it's been a while since I messed with this rig, so. Oh, I don't know why they were in Brood. Yeah. So you've got the knee bone that deals with the twisting of the legs. And you'd use this bone here as well for if you wanted to. So, inverse kinematics rigging is really good for posing quickly. But the problem with inverse is, at least for animating, some things is better to have on forward kinematics, like throwing a ball, where most of the movement is in the shoulder. It's in the rotation of the shoulder. So it's easier to be able to control that bone. We'll go back to Yoshi real quick, and I can show that because Yoshi's still in forward kinematic. So I haven't done invert yet. So it's easier to, let me turn off there, to throw the arm from forward kinematic. But for things like, imagine she's sitting in a chair and her hand is on the armrest of the chair. Well, you need the hand, because she's going to push on the chair arm to stand up. You need the hand to stay in place without moving, but trying to keep adjusting from the forward bone down to the hand is really difficult. And it's inevitably there's going to be a little bit of motion as you're trying to get it right, versus where if you're using inverse kinematics at that point, you just put for this example, imagine that hand is on a chair. All you have to do is go from sitting and then move the body up, and the arm extends all on its own, because this bone doesn't move with the rest of the body. So she would stand up. So depending on the motion of the animation, you will be constantly switching between inverse kinematics and forward kinematics to do the animation, which requires this way more advanced rig to do in the first place. So if you're going to do a lot of animation and posing, you'll need to know this advanced rig. If you want to learn to do this rig, if you want to make it yourself from scratch so you understand how to do it, the tutorial I would use is, where are they? P2 Design Academy. It's like you have to pay for it, but he does really good tutorials on both rigging and animation. Hello, I'm doing fine. Doing good. Just showing off stuff. Working on Yoshi. Yeah. Courses. Yeah. Thanks for the bits. Yeah, P2 Design Academy is where I would go for learning all the ins and outs of rigging. Rigging, animation, and then he's got also a bunch of free YouTube tutorials as well. Well, they don't go like they are like additives to his actual paid courses. How are you doing today? I'm gonna turn off Melody. We'll go back to Yoshi. Oh, mirror. Get that, go to this. Get back to painting these scars. Though, so if you don't care too much about learning all the detail of the rigging, you can always learn how to apply the Rigify rig, or, well, there was another one. Rigify comes with Blender. What's the other one? I have it. It's a paid for add-on, but there's another automatic rig that you just apply to a model. I usually don't do them just because I don't understand how they work, and I typically want to be able to adjust. Also, that rig I have on Melody, there's things to be done to it to make it nicer looking, rather than seeing the pyramidal bones. You get like rings and stuff that are around the arms that are easier to dictate and see the difference. Yeah, then there's doing things like that where you're putting on a pre-made rig that's people know and have animations for. MMD is a good example of that as well. I haven't figured that out yet, though I do need to do that for Melody. She wants some MMD rig on her models, because that's what she knows, or that's what her people know how to use. MMD is another, the Miku Miku dance, because they got all those dance animations that they can apply to that rig. And I assume the Source filmmaker probably also has something similar, where they have preset animations based on their rig. The making your own custom rig is more for when you want to do types of animation that standard rigs will not let you do. See, it would be easier for me to actually show you than to try and tell you, because I'm not the best, or I'm not an animator, not yet. So this actually would just be easier to show. Yeah, hair physics, that's an entirely, can be an entirely different thing depending on how you do hair. Because because of the different ways to do hair, there's particle systems, then there's meshes, and then with mesh you could either do it with physics, like actual computer physics, or you could do it through bone physics. And it kind of all depends on, do you want to, if you're animating in Blender, do you want the mesh of the hair to actually hit the mesh of the body and then bounce off of it, basically? That requires actual physics. It is more demanding on the system. If you do bone physics, it's far less demanding, but you can easily get clipping through the body if you're not careful about it. Or if you don't want to add physics to bone mesh, you can actually manually control all the hair through the bones through either forward or inverse kinematics, like I was controlling the arms and the legs of Melody earlier. Let me pull up the P2 design animation, because he shows, for a lot of action, things happen that don't normally, you wouldn't expect to happen, because it doesn't happen in real life, except it does visually, but it doesn't physically. If that's hard to describe. Smear animations, if you know what that is. Or if you're throwing a punch, you'll see part of the arm get left behind as the elbow moves forward, and things just stretch and squash in ways that they don't in real life, but in animation it produces a very visually distinct effect that you wouldn't otherwise get. Let me get Firefox up. I'm gonna turn off streaming for I'll turn audio on. So this animation, like if we're gonna look at it, you'll notice things are happening to objects that wouldn't normally happen. Like you could see right there, that staff. You would imagine it to stay a straight stick, but you could see how it's stretching and bending, and that requires there to be a bunch of different bones in there that are moving differently than how real-world physics would say it should move. And you could tell even the legs, like those, that the knee is definitely stretching incorrectly. The head is stretched up and down right there. Now the foot is squashed to show that there is a big impact on the ground before it goes back to its normal full size. So in detailed animation, there's a lot of extra stuff in the rig to allow for stretch and squash, to have bigger impact or to show speed. Like you can see how this head is stretching. It's because his head's down low here, but he's moving up really fast. So you can see in just one frame, from down here to one animation frame to up here, it does that stretch, so it makes it look real fast. So here, I'll go back and play this in real time so you can actually see it. So you can see how fast it actually moved. We're just going frame by frame. So there's that stretch again. And it's literally, it goes by in an instant. But you've got to add so much to the rig just to be able to do that kind of thing. Okay, let me play the whole animation from start to finish. See, you wouldn't have even seen that stretch of the head, but you wouldn't have consciously seen it, but you do pick it up, like subconsciously, and it's a little thing, but the little things are what make or break a lot of animation. Let's see, what are the most popular ones? All right, so like, this is the trailer to his animation course. And it teaches from the bouncing ball all the way up to characters walking and fighting.
Hi everyone, this is Pierrick from P2 Design. I'm so happy to announce that my course Alive, the most extensive Blender animation course produced to date, is now released. You can find the link in the description below. In this video, I will walk you through the course content and hopefully answer any questions you may have. If you have any remaining questions related to,
like if you wanted to get into animation, you don't have to learn modeling.
And I will do my best.
You could just buy models and then animate them.
My name is Pierrick Picot, and I'm a CG director in the game.
It might be good to know how to set up a rig in case the models you purchase don't have portions of the rig that you do want. But you don't have to do the mesh work. You'll have to do a little bit of weight paint and then adding the bones.
Educational animation content is generally quite expensive and often difficult to know where to start. That's why I've designed this course to give you all the fundamentals of animation.
I don't know if he's gonna do another animation tutorial anytime soon, but he redid his rigging tutorial
action
like
animations. We will cover all
6 months ago or so.
The free and open source software.
Oh yeah, so
you will be able
there was another thing in there that I wanted to show
techniques
for the human body during the fight animation.
We will.
So what you can see here.
Cover.
Oh, come on. Really? Jump ahead. My internet that bad right now?
Will cover.
Wow, I can't do frame by frame. Refresh. There it is. Oh, gotta get to where he's actually throwing the punch. Come on. Almost there. You can kind of see how the head's being pulled away from the body. It's stretching a little bit. The neck. But when they throw this punch here, so what you can kind of see that's starting to happen here, his forearm right here is bending in a slightly downward, because there's actually two bones in here. That's one's pivoting downward, pull it down, and then here in this, he's got the same thing going on over here, and his bicep is stretching. And shoulder is stretching away, and you can definitely tell that this forward arm is kind of now turned into a U shape. And there's literally nothing between the arm being pulled back to the actual impact. So everything has suddenly moved in this one frame. So there's a lot of little details that a lot of people don't think about. And you can see, like right here, his arm has actually swelled up in this one frame, and it makes it gives more weight to the arm. So by seeing the arm swelled up, it makes you think that there's an even larger impact here than it would have if you didn't do it. And you can see now it's shrunk back down. Like all the energy was transferred out of it. Now, it's like there's every 2 frames, like nothing moves on one frame and then it moves. I wonder if that's a rendering thing. Oh, okay, I think I know what's going on. I think the animation was probably filmed at 30 FPS. But the video here is 60 FPS, so it's every other frame. For building the models themselves, that's kind of a generic, like, there's a lot of YouTube tutorials for just making the mesh, making the body. It depends on how you want to do it. Because you could do like what I did for this, where I started with basically spheres that I stretched, merged together, sculpted it, and then retopologized it. You could do that. You could start and do just modeling, where you start with a cube, you extrude upward, you then extrude the arms out, you extrude the legs, you cut and loops and all that kind of stuff. All that stuff you can easily find on YouTube for tutorials. I can point you at a couple different YouTubers, and some of them actually do stream here on Twitch as well. You can catch them making models. Go here. Let's see. So there's Rushzilla. He makes 3D prints more than anything, but you could still learn the basic modeling off of him. Does he have? I think he might have gotten rid of a lot of his videos for some reason. Yeah, what's up with that, Rush? He had tutorials and stuff. Alright. So, Rush makes some good models. If you can catch him streaming and making models, it's usually pretty good. I'd show you his Twitter, but there's too much of a risk of not safe for work stuff. And same with the next one for Dan Root. So Den here, he actually, okay, so you might like this. He's got a course here on how he makes like this elf girl.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to part 2 of our character sculpting tutorial.
And he works a lot with sculpting, but you can see he's retopologizing here as well.
That's not an add-on, that's just
so he pretty much did what I did for Yoshi here, where he did sculpting and then does retopologing over top of it.
Might as well just,
let's see, is this the first?
Avoid them, I guess.
No. Let me see if I can go find the first video in this series. Oh, and he's got another one. So, like, with this, you could see some topology and stuff that he'll do. Alright, here's the first one of the series.
Sometimes when you crease too much
we don't
with the crease
want
brush,
it at that, so...
you can use the pinch brush to kind of like make that crease a little bit shallower, so it doesn't look as off-putting.
There's a link to that one.
So we're now gonna do something that I've not really done in the previous tutorial series, and we're gonna be actually making a shoulder.
Yeah, a lot of people are moving to sculpting these days to start out with. But you can see right here where he's doing that somewhat too, where he took a cube and subdivided it and is moving points around.
Start with a cube, and by doing it with a cube, I'm getting shapes that are much more precise to what I want, and also cleaner as well.
So I would definitely check him out.
Simple. Just grab a cube, add a couple loop cuts, and then subdivide it.
Who's another? God, I always forget her name. She makes a lot of VTuber VR chat models. Is an Oni kind of like Yoshi here? God damn it. VR chat. Here she is, Renette. Renette specifically does anime-style models for VTubing VR chat, and she should have a playlist here. I thought she had a more recent one. This?
Hoi there. Hoi there. Which will be additionally. Hoi there.
So I think she's more of the traditional where she's moving around points with subdivision.
Hoi there. 10.
Yeah.
To hide.
So if you want to check her out.
Hoi there.
Same intro dollar videos, apparently. So there's that. If you want the more traditional way of model making, I think. I've just got like a pile of go to my playlists. In here I have a 3D modeling playlist. Just got a pile of different things. Things from like how to do arcane style hair, how to do physics, which I still haven't done a lot of. Rigging for VTubing. There's a walk cycle for animations. But what you'll find on YouTube most of the time is going to be tutorials about doing one specific little thing. It's kind of hard to find someone going from start to finish of a complete model. I'm not sure why exactly. Like, those two right there are the only ones who come to mind, though I think there is one more. I think I might have one of their videos saved in here somewhere. It's an orc character. Most of the videos where they make a model from start to finish are behind paywalls. I would check out, if you're willing to spend like $15 on a tutorial or really a walkthrough, I would check out Udemy and go to like Blender, character. And you can go in here, like, here's someone who made Geralt. Like, if you want to do a really close to real world modeling, it says $100, $109, but literally this site, half the time, everything's dropped down to $15. So give this a week or two, and instead of paying $109, you'll pay $15 for it. Or $10, something like that. Looks like they did Thor as well. And there's a little bit more stylized, like comic style there. An actual Warcraft orc, more like the movie than the game. Another place to go would be ArtStation. You can go to their shop, their marketplace. I don't know if tutorials are what you want, but if you go to... and modeling. So in here, like, there's this one, you saw this one in Udemy, and it's $20 here. Pretty sure that orc is in here as well. And there's a lot of other things in here, like this one is a bit more robotic, looks like. Then again, it says it's tricks, so maybe it's not like a full-on character model. Witcher armor course. Female anatomy course. And anatomy is a big thing if you're going to learn, if you're going to do 3D modeling. If you, like, I spent probably 2 or 3 years before modeling just drawing, which taught me a lot of anatomy, so when I came over to 3D modeling, I didn't really have too much of an issue with learning any of that, because I pretty much already had most of it down, and it's easier to tweak here in 3D, in my opinion. Like, here's a character, you can grab the tutorial for how they made it. At least I hope this is the tutorial, not just the model. character creation, so I assume it's a video file.
Are you educator character creation of our character?
Yeah, it looks like the doc about
Then we
how.
move on to vertipologizing.
So it's the whole
I'll
character
show you
model.
the step by pictures of scene to render your.
That is a shitty optic, by the way. Not good. How to do clothing, monsters, weapons. Here's the characters. This one is for ZBrush, though, so unless you're going to use ZBrush, you kind of got to filter out tutorials for Blender versus ZBrush. Yeah, but ArtStation's another good site to look for tutorials. Mostly paid, though you can probably find some free ones. Yeah. Turn that off now. Actually get some work done. And thanks for the follow. Alright. Let me get the face scar. Feel like it'll look better. Let me hide the hair. Hide hair. Front view. Edit. Oh god damn it, it's mirrored. Oh, I gotta pay more attention. You know, to have a scar this wide and that deep all the way across the face, you literally have to get cut from like here all the way across. I feel like that would like destroy something important. But hey, I'm not gonna argue. She's a VTuber, anime character. They can be beaten to shit and still live. Stretched impossible amounts. Shot 100 times and survived. I mean, yeah, I guess that's probably about the only realistic explanation for it. Survivable explanation, anyways. Oh. Sometimes what looks good in 2D does not in 3D. Yeah, we'll live with it. A lot of 2D artists don't consider potential 3D problems. Well, there's probably other ways you could explain this as well. But we don't need an explanation. It looks cool, therefore it is. Right. That's the main one there. We've still got to go back into this because the scars have black or darker area around them. I have to add that too. But now, I think that's the only one on the head. Unless there's one on her cheek or something. No. So it's just the one horn for some odd reason. She's got so many scars on it. And I realize I'm missing one now. There's one more up here. There we go. No, I haven't asked her. And as far as I'm aware, she doesn't know I'm doing this yet. Maybe the post I did last stream saying that I was streaming, maybe she's seen that. I'm not sure. I don't know how often she looks at her art tag. I know she does repost art. I just don't know how often. Gee, let's see. Going to her Twitter. So she's reposted art that was posted 9 hours ago. So she's probably gone through her art tag, and she probably did see that post. So she probably knows it exists at this point. It's just that post is not one worthy of repost, so I wouldn't have expected that, because it was just me saying, hey, I'm going live with basically this right here as a screenshot. So, you know, not really repost material. But she's probably aware of it at this point. Alright, that scar is done up there. Now for the body. We'll do the one here first. Why not? No, here we go. Alright. This is probably going to look really awkward to start with, because this is going over her chest. So need it to be 4K. Alright, now let's see what it actually looks like in 3D. Oh. Yeah. Little awkward, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna make this look good. Big chest gets in the way. That'll probably work. I mean, you could tell it definitely the way she bent this right here, that it's actually on her chest. It seems like it's going a little far out. So I might go here with it. Need more. That doesn't look good either. That'll probably work. It doesn't... It's not that bad. It's mostly where it should be. Shot through the heart. Alright, I can get this arm correct. I just have to the arm down. Oops. Alright. Where's the next star? Actually, I should save all this because I haven't been doing it. Save the body. Come on. Don't crash on me. Okay. And the head is saved. Right. Does she have any? Nothing on her lower chest. She's got one there, which is hidden. So now I'm gonna just be kind of guessing for a lot of this. 'Cause I don't have any more I could see. Now, did I have my... Oh, it just turned off. Probably faster to paint with it turned off. Her right arm. Do we see any... Oops. Do we see any more scars on her right arm? Actually, yes. Texture. Let's put the arms back. All right. Oh, ads are playing. All right. So there is one going across this. It's got another one that's probably good. That. Then there's a bigger one here. Is there another? Oh, I don't see it. But it looks like this one's going down quite far, actually. think it's something like that. And what else we got? Looks like there's two here. Goodbye, clothing. These are definitely right. Here. Ooh, what's that about? One over here. Make it a big one. Going too fast. All right. Oh, well, that puts the scar in a completely different place. I don't know if she did this, or I know she did this. I'm gonna go off of this. Get rid of this. And put it here. Right. It looks like there is here. hair is gonna go again. So is this supposed to be that? Alright, now for that big one. Let me turn the clothes back on as a breakfast. Oh, well. That goes up a lot higher than this, so. Just gonna guess. Alright. Beyond that... Oh wait, there's gonna be some on the back. Right? There's at least one right here. Is this supposed to be that? Maybe I put it too low. Alright, save before I lose it. Okay, there's a big X on our back. anything. Keep asking too soon. I'm just gonna assume this is a whole different scar. And then this one. It's probably supposed to be this one. Alright, now I don't know if there's anything. Do we see hand scars anywhere? Okay, she's got something. Like right here. I feel like one side of her gets beaten up way more than the other. There is definitely one here. Alright, I'm gonna have to do some quick looking at some of her art. See if I could find anything that involves her lower legs. Ugh. Anything. Oh. This isn't by her, but it shows the backside of her lower legs. If I don't find anything, I'll just make it up. Oh, how far back should I scroll? Oh look, shows me the legs, but they're in stockings. Trade offer. Maybe. The problem is, at least with the VTuber models, it's usually not a great idea to hand them out. At least mine. Because, like, if I did a lot of... How to describe it? It's easy to, with this level of model, to impersonate official content, if that makes any sense. So, like, most people would probably see this 3D model and could easily assume that it was like official commissioned artwork that that Yochi's actually using, and there's always a risk to letting this artwork get out. Something me and Melody talked about a little bit. Like, was it Den? I think it was, no, it was, forget who was asking. Someone else to follow who does a lot of tutorials on specifically VTuber models. Mr. Zingy. He was, because he does tutorials, and he wanted to, I think he was looking for someone to help, like he'd do the modeling and they'd do some texture work. And he was trying to do kind of like a contest thing, I think, where he made a model of Cinder, and he was gonna have people like texture the model. But he talked to Cinder about it, and they came to the decision that it was probably best not to let the model out because like me, he's got models that are like 1-to-1 accuracy, and that she wasn't quite comfortable with letting it get out there. So that's one thing to think about if you ever do 3D models of VTubers. Either A, prepare to never let them go, or B, make them distinct enough or distinctly different enough that they look like them, but they're not 1-to-1. Like, their shading's off slightly, or scars are in different places in the case of Yoshi, or... Like, there's... I forget... There's a couple 3D modelers, I don't know if they're 3D modelers or if they're animators, that make some spicy art of, or some spicy animations of a lot of the VTubers in 3D. But they're definitely not 1-to-1s. They're more like they took a body and then roughly gave them the right proportions, or whatever proportions they wanted for them, and then made the animations with those. But they weren't clearly... Yeah, Rosie is one. I saw the other one just a minute ago. I know if I go to my bookmarks, I will see them pretty quickly. Junji. Junji is one of the others. I think there is a third. Junji and Rosie, I think, are the two big ones, so yeah. Yeah, mostly Junji and Rosie. But their models aren't like perfect one-to-ones. Yeah. They're like if they had a reference on a side monitor and then they just kind of copied it that way, whereas I'm actually putting their reference in and I'm trying to get a perfect one-to-one, like, you can see how the body is just inside the clothing. Now the legs don't work, but because they cross over, but I try and get everything as close to accurate as I can. Okay. I am just going to make up some scars on the legs. It's gonna take too long otherwise. Oh, my stomach is grumbling. I'm hungry. Yeah, I mean, it takes some time. There's a reason why they're expensive to commission. Yeah. I do wonder if Rosie and Junji make their own models or if they have someone make them. I'm not sure. I never really figured it out. And I never asked them because I'm not going to bother them with it. Alright. I'm going to call that good for all the number of scars. But now I need to do the little black or the darker outline to them. Otherwise they won't look the same. Oops. We need 4K. Didn't I just make it 4K? Oh, I guess I didn't save it. There we go. I'm gonna have to blur some of that to make it look better. Even 4K is not enough sometimes. Yeah. I'm not sure that they'd want to answer. Just because not everyone would want to tell their secrets. Some people hide things, some people don't. Oh, ads are running. Yeah. It happens. I messaged Tricky like a month ago and she hasn't responded yet, so I'm pretty sure that one got lost too. I should probably actually clean these up rather than moving on, because I'll probably miss one if I don't. So many people streaming today. Of course all the VTubers are streaming, because they're all single. This is a little tedious. That's. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, this is probably gonna take me, I'm gonna guess another 20, 30 minutes. Yes, for this tiny little detail. Too close. Alright. Oh, I probably haven't even done half of them yet. Once I do these, I need to finish the hair. I don't know what I'm going to do about texturing the hair. That's its own pain in the ass. Ugh. I'm going to finish the legs before I move up from the chest. Suppose I can start down here. Ugh. I'm turning off hair, clothes, skin. I'm getting tired. I didn't have any caffeine today. Oh well, I will live. A cat, on the other hand, might not, if he keeps bothering me. Ugh. One sec. I'm gonna get a drink. Put clothes back on her before things. Yeah, I don't know what he actually wants. More often than not, he bats at me, then guides me over to his food bowl to show me that his food bowl is half empty and he wants it full. And he's already eating too much as is, so I tend to not give him any more. Alright. Close off. Slowly moving up. Ugh. I'm getting drowsy. That's what happens when I only sleep 4 hours. Feel like I'm gonna need to end early than I intend to, and then maybe stream later on after dinner. I really want to have something to post today. I am not there yet. I don't even know what clothes I'm going to put on this. Or I could put no clothes. No clothes is always an option. I think she has a tag for that. Yeah, she's got a tag specifically for that. She's got a whole account specifically for that. And she retweets too. I mean, yeah. But, I mean, you could add the bits here pretty easily because like you would just make a dot, right? And then you would pull out the area with a shape key. And then you could just, you know, turn off the dot and then use the shape key to bring it back into Barbie doll. So, for the top at least you could do that. For the lower section, well, I mean, it's not like I have to make a shot where her legs are wide open. I could just leave that normal. At least for now. You can turn off the top section. The lower section, once you make it, it's kind of hard to hide. Where is my Steam? Here they sound. Alright, so it's just this arm, these three, and then the head. Then we got all the scars taken care of. Unless she's got some, you know, like, actually up here. You know, maybe I should look at her other account, because she might be a little bit more exposed and I could see more things. Nothing really pops out. Yeah, it seems like more and more are getting fansies and stuff. I think part of that is because a lot of them might be scared that Twitch will, you know, kick them off the platform. And you don't have to stream adult content. Like, I'm pretty, like, right now, like, Melody, I mean, we all know she does not safe for work stuff, but whenever she's streaming on Twitch, she's also streaming on Fansly and stuff. So, people are starting to use those sites as just an alternate method of streaming alongside Twitch. I mean, like, I'm streaming to YouTube and Kick right now at the same time. I could open a Fansly myself and stream there as well. There's nothing stopping me. And then, I mean, I could actually do the not safe for work parts over there if I really wanted to. Nah. That would be funny. Then I'd be wondering where's all their bit integration and text-to-speech stuff. Oop, there are the ads. Alright. Save. Can't make it obvious? I mean, Twitch ads are... If we're talking about Twitch ads, they're, Or you mean, like, integration? That's true. Less conversion to do that way. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea if I was streaming this stuff on a Fansly or something like that. And I've always thought about doing that, like streaming on Picardo and then not worrying about the not safe and doing not safe for work over there. The issue is the accidental streaming to Twitch when I don't want to. That would freak me out a little bit. Like, I would want to have basically I would want to install OBS in 2 installation folders, I think, and have one be the Safe for Work button, where the app is literally labeled as Safe for Work Twitch OBS, and then the other OBS, assuming you could keep them separate, would be set up for Fansly or Picardo or something like that. Oh, like, oh, okay, so Streamlabs and then OBS. I mean, yeah, you could definitely do that. I mean, it's essentially what I'm mentioning. Yeah, because I use just normal OBS for what I'm doing right now. That would definitely work. And I could multi-stream to Picardo and Fansly, or OnlyFans? It's the other one, right? So that might be something worth looking at eventually. Are we... Oh shit, we have... Okay. Could also just do Discord streams as well. I doubt it would ever get high enough that I'd have to worry about that. Yeah. And I would definitely, like, change the icons to, like, green safety, and then the not safe for work, like a big, like, red stop sign, like, warning. Make sure you're clicking the right one. Just make it really, really obvious when I'm opening up the wrong OBS or whichever stream program. Yep. I can make whatever icon I want and then use it, or just find something else that's already in Windows. Or I could take just an emote. Make an emote an icon. Does it? Yeah, I never really played with icons too much, so I didn't know it did that. I have many a times filled up my hard drive too far, though. Even right now, my C drive has 142 gigabytes left of its 930. My D drive is about the same thing. And my E drive is even worse. I need more hard drive space. That's basically what I'm getting at. I'm already at that point where my drives are 85-90% full. 1 terabyte M.2s are not enough. Especially with games today. It's like 10 games for 1 terabyte. Okay, this needs to be up. Yeah, I try and not do anything with my C drive. Like, I try to not put games or anything in it. I try and keep C strictly for Windows and programs. Like, non-games. Like, C drive gets Windows, Photoshop, Blender, utility apps. Unity, things like that. And then all the games are on D and E and whatever the last one I had. D, F. And I try not to put them on F if I can, because that's mechanical. Ah, yeah. It's definitely something you gotta go clear out every once in a while. One thing you can do, you can, I forget how you do it. You do it through the command prompt. You basically disable the ability for your computer to hibernate, because to hibernate, Windows needs the ability to dump your entire RAM onto your C drive. Yeah. So if you've got 64 gigs of RAM, Windows is taking up 64 gigs of your C drive, just to make sure that there's a spot available for hibernation. So yeah. Then I think the page file, I think that's what that is actually. I think the page file is the hibernation file. One more. All right. Save. Save all. All right. You can now tell that it's Yoshi. Got all her scars. At least all the ones we know about. Alright. Shorter than usual, but I think I need a nap. And, for anyone not paying attention, Melody is streaming here in... Is it 2 hours? An hour and a half? Let me go look. Melody. Did you list when you're streaming? 7 CST, so 5 my time. So yeah, in an hour and a half, Melody's gonna start streaming over on not Twitch. So take your pick. And she, I believe, will be using something I made. And I kind of want to be awake for that. So I wanna have a little bit of nap, and then I might come back later tonight, work on the hair, because the body minus the not safe for work is done. Now we just need to get the hair set up. The things you made? I don't know what you made. What'd you make? Or can you not say? Nah, don't worry about it. Yeah. I just know she was planning to use my stuff last week, but then I think she had to take a flight somewhere. Science team spies everywhere. Well, what I made, you've all seen pretty much. It's just you haven't seen it in 3D. So that's most I'm gonna say for now. Actually, I'll take that back. It's not exactly the same. So we technically haven't. Ah, okay. Well, maybe she's not going to be on Twitch, so maybe she'll use some of that. I feel like that stuff's kind of hard to set up. Then again, if it's just depends on if it's attached to the avatar or not. All right. Well, let's see. I kind of also want to do Juniper's new model. I see her online, and it made me think, because she just showed off her legged version in her last stream, the one before that. And the last Juniper model I made was pretty popular. Yeah. I mean, for the most part, FBX Files is all they need. Bonzomi. But Tara, did she get something new recently? She had her, like, commander outfit for, like, a month or so. I think she got sick for a while. Oh, yeah, no. That's at least a month old, I think. Cinder is showing off something new right now. More Mitsu models, 2 nurses. Did Froggy get her new model yet? Or did she just commission it yet? Yeah, I've been listening to Cinder in the background, but I haven't really been able to look until just now. So I'm not getting the full view, just the top. Do I need to make her outfit on her model? It's just an outfit, right? Or is it too complex? No, I've done enough Cinder. I've done like 4 models of Cinder. I'll do other people for a while. Michi has a 3D model? I didn't know she got one. Which moth? Use it. Yeah, I heard she was. I had thought about doing Yuzu's. And then I heard that she was getting a new model. So I figured I'd wait and see what that was. I don't remember if it was a... Is it a 2D model or a 3D model? Yeah. So maybe we'll see what that looks like when it comes out, and then I'll decide whether or not I want to do it. It's not like I don't have too many options to do already. But it takes me, what? How many streams have I done this? I have done... Where is my stream? Let me go into... my VODs. I think I've only done it 3 streams. Maybe this is the 4th, I think. Video. One, two. Oh, I've only done it for 3. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th stream of Yoji. Okay. Oh. I didn't look at the hours. I'm sure it's like 20 some hours of this. Did she? I missed those leaks. I tend to sleep half the time she's streaming, so... What's Froggy doing? Oh, she's collabing. I read Joel last night. I think I saw Coco's model. You know what? I know what I mean. Maybe if she can recover. Oh, there she goes. Okay. I'm going to raid Elena. She's using her 3D model. Getting Beat Saber, apparently. Looks like she's doing something AFK at the moment, though. Rating link. Looks like she might not be on too much longer. Since she's using a 3D model, I feel like it's appropriate. Alright. I'm just gonna push the raid. I'm gonna go take a nap. Then probably catch Melody for a little bit. I might be back later on in the evening. So, have a good one. I'll be back sometime later. And thanks for the follow. Later.